Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. What's goody in the hoodie? You hear me? What's goody in the hoodie? Yes, sir. That's how we do that. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? We got Doodle Bob holding the bookmark. Yes, sir. Very good. This desk is covered in books again. I gotta figure out where the fuck I'm putting these books. Need more shelves. Need to do something about this TV though. I need to check on that sourdough in a bit. Maybe like 20 minutes or so. Half an hour or so. It's only for like 5 minutes real quick, just to knock back the dough real quick. Just the first knockback. Then we'll let it rest for another 3 hours. Making a real small batch just to see how the starter is. You know, we haven't used it in a while. We had this one dormant in the fridge. You know, we brought it back. We fed it once. Do we need to feed it again? Is it warm enough? Is the kitchen warm enough? You know what I'm saying? I got it in the oven right now. Keeping it warm on a proof setting. I warmed the oven first and then had it on warm for a little bit and then set it on proof, so there'd be residual heat still in the oven with it to help get the dough to stay proofing or nice and proofed up in the beginning for sure. Because sometimes when it's too cold in the kitchen, it doesn't proof properly and it just stays kind of flat throughout the whole process. And then when you go to bake it, it's just pizza doughs. Not pizza doughs, but pizza size for real. You don't want that shit. That shit don't taste right. It ain't the same. It just ain't the same. You hear me? I did warm the water. Had to cool that motherfucker off. Shit was toasty. Toasty. When you're making sourdough, if you're gonna use warm water or warmed up water, it needs to be like giving a baby a bath. You don't want it to be too hot, and you definitely don't want it to be too cold. You know what I'm saying? It's gotta be like warm enough to the touch, you know, but not so cold or that it'll get cold right away. But yeah, help activate the starter, help wake the starter up, get that dough proofing. But yeah, like I said, in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes we'll go and do that. Konnichiwa. Hey, speech chat. Look, I need you, I know you listening, and I need you to understand. It's konnichiwa, not konnichiwa. It's konnichiwa. Just follow suit with it. It's konnichiwa. Alright? Genki? Daijoubu desu ka? Daijoubu? Daijoubu? Daijoubu!
Aries ascending. Said you speech chat isn't bilingual, lol.
Yeah, speech chat's an asshole though. Alright. Needed that water. That's Vasa.
Mizu Nonde.
I forget every time. I forget every time. Every time I'm like, let me just say it. No. I set up a whole thing for this. I need to change how that is because I want it not to be that confetti thing. I want it to be something else. This requires work. Work. There it is. Daijoubu. 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 Daijoubu.
Said Kinko Suru today.
Kinshou suru. Kinshou suru. Nani? Nande? Doshite? 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 Those aren't on the list. So, hopefully you know those. I think you can hear the 3D printer.
Aries ascending. Said if they're not on the list, I'll never know what they mean.
Nani? What, of course. Nande is like also what, but can also be like what. Doshite is like why. Yeah. Very flexible. There's more to that, of course, but yeah, Nani is like why. I mean, like what, you know, very informal or in plain. And Nande is like less informal. And Doshite is also like polite why, I think, or something similar to.
Ascending. Said you know what it means based off the way you're using it, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I understand how to use it, but do you understand it if you can't explain it? I feel like I'm explaining, but I feel like there's more to it. But there's always more to everything in Japanese. There's like everything's so fucking flexible. Every day I'm constantly surprised that I know absolutely nothing. I know nothing. I see things. I understand what I'm starting to read, but I'm not understanding what I'm reading. I hear the same things. What's happening? I'm confused. So yeah, you know.
Aries ascending. Said you probably understand it better than you think, lol.
Probably. Of course, you know what I'm saying? I'm always harder on me. Speaking of said lists, of course, you know. I have one in front of me. We should improve this list today. I've been trying to focus on grammar. Not on this list specifically, but in grammar usage. Like I said, I want to speak. I'm not speaking often enough. I'm definitely not speaking often enough. I need to be speaking more. I need to speak more. More, child. Ich muss mehr japanische Sprachen. Was sagen wir? Was machen Sie jetzt? Du sprechen Sie Deutsch. Warum machst du so? Sprech das Japanische.
Your chatterbox.
Nande. Nihon motherfucker. Hanashi desu ka?
Aries ascending. Said very crucial you remembered that phrase face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
Of course, you know what I'm saying? We have to make sure that you know, we remembered what that was. Of course, you see I had to put that thinking cap on real quick, you know. What does this mean? Is this something to do with a person? So I feel like this is something to do like ceremony. Nope, stature. What's today?
Aries ascending. Said do you know what that noise was, lol?
Just now? Yes, I know what that noise was. But was that the same noise as the other day? Because the other day I didn't do that. But I don't know if it made that noise even though I didn't do that. I don't know if I went to that page the other day. There's the timer for Z bread proof. A small batch bread. Small batch. Very small batch. Just to test to see how things are going so far. See if we need to warm the kitchen up. And I think I'm gonna need to warm the kitchen before I make a larger batch. My kitchen is typically colder, on the cooler side, so I think I'm gonna need to warm it. I don't particularly like that idea, but you know what I'm saying, to make conditions correct for a large portion of sourdough bread, you know what I mean? We're gonna need to warm things up. Things are gonna need to get warm, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. It's gonna get warm in there. Yeah. Typically, I would just warm it in the oven, but I don't have... The bowl I use is so large, it doesn't fit in the oven to close the oven. So, I'm testing this small batch in the oven currently, just to see if the warming conditions will be correct.
3D print a bigger oven. Easy peasy.
3D print a bigger oven? I got you. Easy peasy. You know what I'm saying? Lemon squeeze it. We just do that. We just do that. You know, you can get these giant at-home 3D printers. They can print some big shit, supposedly. But then inside of that, you would need to have the materials. I feel like it'd be cheaper to send the parts and have them 3D printed in whatever metals through whatever companies that do the larger 3D prints, and you could I could have the larger oven than buying the home joint. I think if I remember correctly, based on the prices of the joint. But you know, things have changed since I've last, you know what I'm saying, looked at those things, you know.
Said look at that, you already have a plan.
You know what I'm saying? Just, you know. How about just a bakery, you know what I mean? We'll just 3D print a bakery. You know what I'm saying? We'll just 3D print a bakery, you know?
Aries ascending. Said start from the foundation and work your way up. Easy peasy.
You may be on to something. You might just be on to something. It might be time to lock in. Do we have... Yeah, we need this on here, right? You know what I'm saying? Because can you see the list? Can you see the list right now? Easy peasy. You know what I'm saying? Easy peasy. We'll just, you know, 3D print the bigger oven and then 3D print the bakery. You know what I'm saying?
Have it up on the browser, LOL.
Oh, word. Very good. Very good. Very good. Look at you. A true student. I'm so proud. I'm so proud. I'm sorry, I was hearing this screeching sound through the feedback. So I'm assuming it was from the 3D printer. So I suppressed it a little more, hopefully. I think. So hopefully you're not hearing that. Because if I was hearing that, I hope you weren't hearing that. That was terrible. I feel like I still hear it, but I don't. I'm not sure. This is katakana, which I don't remember. But it's definitely not Kensho Suru.
Aries ascending. Said I hear a scratching sound, but that's probably your printer.
Yes, that is the printer. And I'm hoping to...
Aries ascending. Said I thought it was part of the music, lol.
I thought so too, but I like skipped another song and it didn't do it. Alright. Is that... It's very...
Aries ascending. Said it's not really noticeable.
It's noticeable to me though. It's noticeable to me. To me. To me. It's very subtle now. Okay. Okay.
Aries ascending.
We'll let it go
Said,
for
of
me.
course, you're sitting by it, lol.
Of course. Of course. But what's crazy is it doesn't sound like that. That screeching sound that it's making in the headphones or from the audio is not the sound that's being produced. So I don't know why it's screeching. I don't know how it's translating as a screech. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know.
Aries ascending. Said if only you didn't need to print so many bookmarks, disappointed face.
Oh my goodness. Right? If only you didn't need to print so many bookmarks. Sheesh. What a guy, man. What's up with this guy, man? Whose mans is this? You know? This time it's QR codes, but however, nonetheless, you know? Over here, double dipping, you know? Is it are we done or are we switching colors? We could be switching colors. We might just be switching colors. Let me see what's good here. Here we're just switching colors. We're just switching colors. Yeah. We're still going for another 54 minutes. I'm sorry. Another 6 more layers. And then we'll be done. We're almost there. What we'll have to do, right, is just we'll have to be greater than the 3D printer. We'll have to be so strong in our numbers here that will be greater than the 3D printer, of course.
Said then you can start printing more bookmarks.
I have an idea. Do you want to hear my idea? It involves 3D printing bookmarks, of course. But involves reading books, of course. You know? I have an idea. You know? It requires a little dedication. It requires some continual posting. It requires work. It also requires lots of reading. I think I have purchased a book that is a volume number 2. Somehow I've let this pass me, you know, and purchased a volume 2 and not a volume 1 of a series. Now, luckily I am a good man who has a shit ton of audio credits that need being used, so
Aries ascending. Said how could you let that happen?
son of a fucking biscuit. Rushing. That's how you let that happen. You motherfucker. You were rushing. That's what it was. You weren't taking your time and making sure to read thoroughly. You son of a biscuit. Now you have to get, you're 2 books deep now into this. What if the first book isn't good? Oh my goodness.
Aries ascending. Said stop and smell the roses in the bookstore, geez.
It was a lot of niggas in there. Actually. Usually I like to just peruse the book section, you know what I'm saying? I did that a little bit, but I did it a little quickly in some sections, and then, you know, I only picked up a couple books instead of, you know what I'm saying, like a million like I usually do. You know what I'm saying? I ain't sit down and read, you know what I'm saying, on none of them, you know what I'm saying? So I would have spotted that if I would have been sitting down and reading. Obviously, I didn't read enough. Cover synopsis, couple pages. I must have been awed by the cover. Look at this great cover. Woo! We're 2 books deep into this now. Alright. We're 2 books deep into this now.
Aries ascending.
What if the first book is not good? Like a clown. Oh my goodness. Terrible. Who are you? Seriously. That's clown shit.
Aries ascending. Said if the first book isn't good, wouldn't the second book also not be good?
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. That's legit what I was thinking. I was like, that means the second book will probably also not be good. But you know what? We're already 2 books deep into it, so we'll have to read. We'll have to read the second book.
Aries ascending. Said nice going.
We'll have to. You know, we're committed. You know what I'm saying? How will it have earned its dollars to remain on these shelves? How? 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 It better be fucking good. It better be good. It better be good. And if it's not good, I don't know. But it better be good. It better be so good that if the audio narration is terrible, it is still good. It better be good. I wonder if this is what people who feel like who read the books. I don't know if you'd say editors or not, but people who commentators maybe or something like that who just read all the books, you know, in that category or something. And if they've read book 1 and it comes back around, they're like, oh man, there's a book 2. Like I said, I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. You know what I'm saying? I hope it's good. That's a fat ass volume 2. Oh my goodness.
Aries ascending. Said do you ever DNF books?
D and F. Excuse me. Nani? 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 Nani?
Aries ascending. Said did not finish LOL.
Oh yeah, there's plenty. There are definitely books here that I did not finish. There are definitely books that I have not finished. There are books that I have rushed through the ending. There are books that I don't remember. So yeah, I'm hoping that these books that I did put on my list are all books that I haven't read at all. And when I say I haven't read at all, I mean I haven't read one page of, because I have a lot of books recently. Not recently, in the last
Aries
year.
ascending.
They
Said, what
need
do you
reading.
do with books you don't finish? Not like you can return them like library books LOL.
No. And because I mark up books, you know, it's not like I could just sell them or something. They just take up space. They just take up space. Yeah. Yeah. They just take up space.
Aries ascending. Said hashtag boot buyer problems.
Right, exactly. Now, if it's an audio book, I can just return it, you know? So if the first book is terrible, I can always get a refund. However, the physical book, we're already in. We're already in. You know what I'm saying? What if I rave on the social networks about how terrible their books are? But see, you know, that would just give them clout, you know, or an audience or whatever, you know, at the same time. You know, I'd be shitting on them, but then they'd also be getting interest because I'm shitting on them. So why am I shitting on them? Which would then create this cycle again with others. Maybe not in this order, but you know, they may also purchase said books to see if the books are as shitty as I say they are shitty.
Aries ascending. Said I'm amused at how high you are. Face with tears of joy. Face with tears of joy.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Aries
I
ascending.
am here for
Said rolling
said
on the floor,
entertainment.
rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah, straight comic. Yeah. Olive oil is a great thing, you know what I mean? Olive oil is a great thing, you know. It does great things. Coconut oil is cool. It works better. Well, so by the books it says, but you know, I feel like I've done a better job with concentration with olive oil, you know, when cooking. It's very, very, very good thing here, you know what I mean? It's not like we're doing anything today, you know what I mean? Good day just to be streaming, of course, you know. Working on the list. We're talking about books, Japanese. We're having a good time. It's Monday. Yes. Right?
Aries ascending. Said being productive.
Being productive. Yes, 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 yes. What is the that reminds me, what is the emote that I'm supposed to put on here? You mentioned it yesterday. I forgot all about it. Somehow I've forgotten exactly what emote I'm supposed to be doing this morning.
Ascending. Said to the face.
To the face. Okay. And then I'm also doing one that is F this guy. It's gonna have to be the F this guy. F this guy. Yeah. I feel like that should be okay. You know? That should be okay, right? You know? That should be okay, right? Right? You know? Just the letter F. This guy. Right?
Aries ascending. Thumbs up medium skin tone. Thumbs up medium skin tone.
Let's see if terms of service says otherwise. Maybe they'll be like, nah, That implies, F this guy. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe. Also, make sure you're drinking your water, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're drinking your water. Water is very important. Stay hydrated.
Aries ascending. Said Mizunand.
Mizu Nonde.
I was like, why did it get so unmuted? Maybe because I had my microphone off for a second. Excuse me. Let me give you a glimpse of what's happening. Give you a little sight of what's going on here. Yeah. We're making those QR codes. You know what I mean? Those QR codes. You know what I mean? We're making those QR codes. You know what I mean? With the key ring and all. If you know what I mean.
Said does it print one at a time?
I can have it print one at a time, or I can have it do it all by layers. These are all the same QR codes, so I just have it do it all by layers. But it could be different things, like I've printed multiple bookmarks on the same joint and have them printed by object.
Those out?
Yes. Yes, people can have these. People can have these. People can have these. People I know. People I interact with. People can have these, you know? I feel like these do better than a business card, you know? Business cards, you chuck that thing, you know? It gets lost, you know? It gets folded, it gets wrinkled, it gets destroyed, it gets watered down, you know? QR code on the keychain.
Said people like you recycle business cards.
I recycle business cards, you know what I'm saying? I recycle cards, you know, I recycle birthday cards, you know, I don't keep that shit. I try to, then I don't use it. I'm not calling. It is what it is. I'm not calling. You know what I mean? I'm not calling. Unfortunately, it's not happening. Oh, I see.
That makes me think how many of my business cards ended up in the trash, lol.
It's not even their fault. You know what I mean? It's just like it. I don't know. I think it's just me. I don't think it's, you know, I don't think this is a perception of what most people would be like, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. It's a try. You know what I mean? I don't know if it works or not, but you know, at least I feel like if I give you a QR code, right?
Said yet it's just you, your problematic face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
Yes, of course, of course, of course. Exactly, exactly. This is, you know what I'm saying? It's reassuring, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I feel like if I give you the QR code on the keychain, you know what I'm saying? You can put that on there, you know, blah, blah, blah. Even if you don't really remember you have it like that, it's like, all right, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? It's there. Somebody might randomly spot it. You know what I'm saying? You might be talking to somebody about it, be like, you know what? I feel like I had on my keys. You know what I'm saying? I got the QR code right here. You know what I mean? Shit ain't, you know, ain't wrinkled up. It ain't destroyed, you know. You ain't leave your wallet behind. You got your keys. Right? Maybe? Maybe? Yeah, whatever. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. You know what I mean? Some people don't think it's worth it. I feel like it's not really that much for a pretty penny. Let's see. Can we pull this up? Hold on 1 second. Why they do it like that? Alright. And to put together this model real quick. Get these files out real quick. This shit looks weird as fuck. I hate how it like makes this shit look. This shit is 45 cents. 45 cents I've already spent. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm spending 45 more cents. It's 45 cents I've already spent because of the filament usage. You know what I mean? It costs more than a business card, of course. Of course. But it's sustainability, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe if I get a little bit more creative with it, you know what I'm saying, I might be able to do something else with it. Help it stand out or some shit. I don't know. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm sorry, Fiona. I forget you're right here again, lady. Yeah. But yeah. It amazes me that this shit takes 2 hours. 2 fucking hours. Excuse me. 2 fucking hours. 28 minutes. 2 fucking hours. Excuse me, you're right in my face. Excuse me. That's what she said. But yeah. I think we should have 2 Japanese words for today. We have the muscle trainer. The Kintori. Kintori. Kintori.
Kintore. 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 Correcto. Elmon. That's not what I want to see, you mother blocker.
Kintore.
Kintore. Kintore. You mother blocker. You didn't even look at the kana or kanji. You just took a wild guess. And you know what? That's good for memory. Because when you fuck up, that's it's a good like little memory capsule. You know what I mean? Because you can piece it to something. So now you're gonna remember Kintore. Kintore. Because it has value as a memory. That's how you will remember it. It's a nice way of remembering things. Helps with active recall. Yes, Kintore. We'll be able to remember this later. This is very good. Very good. Now we just have to fucking remember to recall it at some point later. But Kintore. Kintore is a noun, so muscle training. Muscle training. Muscle training. Strength training, resistance training, right? Right? Muscle building, yes, yes.
Said put the list up lol.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. I'm sorry. I was getting there. Slow poking all. Get this. Nigga, stop. Please. Please. Kintore. Kintore. You know, I don't have the
Aries ascending.
need to figure out how to.
Everything is slowing down for you right now. A face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
You're hilarious. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Kintore. I feel like I should be able to attach Suru to this, right? Like to do like muscle training. Right? Do-do-do. Where does this appear?
This is. Do they use the kanji version? Nigga, I can't see this shit. I don't motherfucker see this shit, bro. This is like, all jokes aside, you know what I mean? I don't even know if I can even. Nah, I'm not even going to show that page. Like, just looking at shit like this. Hold on. This is not even on the same. This isn't even the same level of what I'm talking about right now. But just looking across the screen and this is all you see. And I mean, it's, once you start to read it, it makes sense. But it's like, nigga, you understand this something in here, what this means, this bottom piece, that part, you know, what this means here, this, you know, it's like, yeah, I got some parts, nigga, but it's like, what did he say? Alright, I've pieced it together now. Now let me go back and try to read what I have here. And then what does that mean? Yeah. Yes.
Aries ascending.
Yes.
Said face with tears of joy, face with tears of
Yes.
joy, face with tears of joy.
This is not to.
Aries
This is to show how, like,
said I wish I could be like you.
I. This is great. You know what I mean? One day, I will be able to read this without just shits and giggles. But yes, yes. And this is probably, like, one might even say not even all that difficult. Like, there's some katakana going on here. Like, katakana going on here. There's some here. There's here. It's like the same word being repeated. Same thing here. You know, so it's like, alright, piecing it together, blah, blah, blah. Somewhere in here, like, is like verb at the end. Depending on how this sentence might be structured, this sentence might be I would assume they would do it formal, maybe formal. Niwa. I don't know. This is from the dictionary website, so I know it's not from a lesson joint, but yeah. But still, like, kudos to people who can read kanji and read hiragana and katakana. You know what I mean?
Said as long as it's not from Duolingo.
As long as it's not from Duolingo. This is gshow.org. It's just a little Japanese website, or Japanese translation dictionary. You know what I'm saying? You could type in hiragana, some kanji, katakana,
shows up, you know. Shows sentences. What else? Oh, it has the audio. On some words, it has like the audio joint. Then they sometimes have the on in Kung readings, like to break down what strokes are in the specific like radicals of the word. So like there's like 4 radicals here. Like there's, well, I guess there's 2 of the same, so I don't know if they count that as like 2 separate ones or if they just count that as 1 radical. Then there's moon here, and this is like ka, but I don't know if this small ka means something different than this ka, but then this means something. So like here, like the kanji means muscle. Okay. I don't know what moon in you know what I mean? Like some of the things they just mean something, but then some of it it's just I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Kudos to the people, as always, who can read kanji, who can read hiragana, who can read katakana. You know, it's a requirement to put hiragana and katakana, or hiragana above certain kanji, because some people are not going to know what this means. Like this might be a special kanji to mean this word.
Said become one of those people, lol.
I shall become one of those people. Yes, of course. Of course. We shall. We shall. We shall. And we shall teach it to others to show our success at said activity, you know? And we shall document it so others may follow in pursuit of said path, you know? Yeah. I don't know what other platforms people might be using, but there's G-Show, you know, dictionary. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But yeah, well, can't do that. Where does this appear? Like, I don't even. This appears in today's text, right? Maybe because I don't read German like I should. Okay, I found the kanji and I found the katakana to go along with this. I finally found at the end of the dialogue muscle strength training.
Aries ascending.
Okay.
Said you traitor.
Me traitor? Me? How so? How so? I could never be such a thing. Never. Never.
Said don't read German.
You don't you don't want you don't want to see that? You don't want to see that? You want just the Japanese. Yes. I see, I see, I see, I see. I see. Let's get video. Hmm? Let's get video. Hmm? Let's get. Hmm?
Aries ascending. Said no, you said you don't read German like you should, lol. Aries ascending. Said so I was calling you a traitor, face with tears of joy. Aries ascending. Said challenge yourself to speak 3 languages on every stream, lol.
Well, does it count that we've already done it on this stream? You know, if we can we say no, what is almost every day? Because it's not every day. My Nietzsche would be every day, but I need almost every day. Because you can't say my Nietzsche for if it's 6 out of 7 days. Because I don't particularly work out every single day.
But you gotta do it again later and tomorrow, lol.
Oh, I have to do it. Oh, so I have to. Oof. Yeah, you said every stream. Sheesh. We have to limit how many streams we have farming. It's like that. Sheesh. Oh, also, I'll be back. It's damn near 3 o'clock. Alright, so I will be back in a short period of time. A very short period of time. Very short, very short. Yes, very short. So short. So short. Can you believe it? What was... I don't know what the other one was. Is this it? So short that this video is longer than the time I will be gone. You hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? I will be right back.
So first things first, did you want to have
I will be right back.
rice, of course.
Right
Rice
back.
started first to make sure you get that rinse nice and clear.
You don't want any of that starchy water, especially because we're using sticky rice, so we want our rice to be nice and fluffy, but also very sticky, if that makes sense. This video is going to be focused less on exact ingredient count or weights, just because we're feeding myself, which is like feeding 3 people at once. So I'm making a portion. I'm making the food for to be about 3 portions, which is really just enough for me to eat like 1 or 2 meals for real. Rice, I always make an excessive amount because I eat rice almost with everything, unless it's like, unless I'm having pasta or bread, but we'll have videos for that soon too. You always want to season rice first before you start cooking it, so that it gets a nice even coating of seasoning everywhere, instead of you trying to season rice afterwards. It does not work, the secondary option. Do it the former way, season it first, then cook it. Get a little glimpse of the chicken we made this morning for the dogs. As you can see, pressure cooker is getting put to work. We're constantly using this thing every day, so it's getting a mess. Got to clean it regularly. So make sure you get active. Next, you're going to make sure to rinse all your vegetables, make sure to scrub everything, get all the dirt out, spray it down with some vinegar, use some baking soda, use a vegetable wash if you have it, but make sure you clean it real good. You don't want any of those dirt contaminants getting into your food, because yeah, you already know. This video is more like an impromptu cooking on the go video versus everything in mise en place right away. You want to get organized and have everything set up right away. You want to get your mise en place situation. Mise en place, very simple. It's just organization in the kitchen, realistically speaking. Get everything set up, get everything cut, prepped, everything before you start the cooking process. Because something like this, where this dish, you're going to cook everything kind of fast. The chorizo is going to be boiled, the salmon's going to get cooked really quickly, and everything else is going to go in right away. So as you see throughout this video, you're just going to see everything going. So you want to do everything you need to do beforehand, unless you're fast enough to be able to do it as you go. But you don't want to risk burning anything, because we don't have time for that. I always use filtered water while I'm cooking, just because I use filtered water on everything. Don't want any of those iron contaminants or anything else that's been coming through the pipes and contaminating your food and you ingesting that right away. So try to use filtered water as much as possible. To each their own, but that's my preference. The Shanghai bok choy is going to be really cooked quick. We're going to boil it, and then we're going to shock it in some really cold water. We're not going to use any ice because I don't keep ice on hand that often. So we're going to shock it in cold water, give it a quick couple rinses in cold water, dump, release, dump, release, dump, release, and then let it sit for a little bit. And we're going to shred the carrots using a peeler. Mushrooms, we're going to cook how they are. And onions, we're going to cut up and use those for garnish, except for the white ends. We're going to cook those with the leeks. Always make sure to salt your water. Well, always make sure to salt your water. You want to salt your water because it helps keep the vegetables looking fresh. It also adds a small little bit of flavor.
find it easier to peel ginger under a little bit of running water and use a spoon. It makes it a lot easier than trying to cut ginger, but everybody, like I said before, to each their own, but it's most easiest if you just peel it while it's running a little bit of water. If you don't want to use water, that's fine, but definitely use a spoon. Definitely use a spoon. It makes the job a whole lot easier. Ginger and garlic is both going into this. We're not going to be using the onions because we have the leeks, which is going to replace our onions for us, but we're going to help use those aromatics to help season and flavor up this meal. When you're cooking coconut oil, by the way, or anyway, add the oil at the beginning while you're getting your pan, just putting your pan on. You don't want to add oil to a hot pan because the oil is going to start to burn in case the pan is already too hot. So add the oil in at the beginning. The oil is going to heat up and melt as the pan gets hot, and then you'll know when to put everything in because everything will be cooking at the right time. Now, because I'm cooking fish in oil, you know how water reacts with oil, it creates a lot of splash zones, so definitely want to use a splash guard or even a lid to a pot or pan lid if you have one, just to avoid some of the oil getting everywhere because it's a mess to clean up. It's definitely a mess to clean up. We're cooking skin on coho, so you definitely want to keep the skin on. If you're one of those people who are opposed to skin on fish, keep the skin on first. Cook it with the skin on. You always want to cook skin side down first because you want to let it get that nice color at the bottom, get that skin to pull out the flavor, and the skin is really easy to take off afterwards. The skin is easier to take off afterwards than it is taking off the skin beforehand. Use that skin to the advantage. Season it up so it dries out a little bit in terms of being able to get flaky. It's a really good idea to do that with poultry. With fish, it's also a very good idea to do, especially because we're pan-searing and you want to get that nice crisp on the outside. As you see this fish cooking, you can see the crispiness on it. You can see that it looks like it, you could scratch the surface and make it sound. Now, when it comes to seasoning the fish, you can do it however you like. You can season it beforehand before you put it in there, but I like to season things as I'm cooking them just because I like to get the color consistency going first. Now, there are certain items that I'm going to season beforehand, but this is one of those things just because I was trying to avoid creating an allergen surface everywhere. Pull out as much seasoning as you need. Sometimes shaking it from the container creates these little messes, extra surface area in the pan. Luckily, I already know that I'm going to be cooking the leeks and everything else in the same pan right away afterwards, so all that seasoning that gets collected in the pan is going to get absorbed in the food that gets made right afterwards. Now, if you're wondering when you're supposed to be able to turn the fish, a good rule of thumb for anything that you're pan-searing or cooking just in general, watch the sides of it. As you see the colors changing from the bottom to the top, this is a good reason why you want to cook the skin side down, because you don't want to put in the flesh right off the back and overcook it. The color's going to change from the bottom to the top. You can see that the salmon starts to change a different color, and then that's a good time to flip it once it gets about halfway there. You can wait till it gets about 3/4 of the way, but I prefer to do about halfway there, because if you do halfway, then once you do another half on the other side, close to the other half on the other side, you can take that time to baste your ingredients, add butter, extra seasonings that you like, or some types of herbs or aromatics that you're adding to the dish. So like I was saying before earlier, you're definitely I'm using this pan to cook the vegetables right afterwards. So all that oil and everything is going to be left in there. I'm going to use that to cook the leeks, garlic, ginger, everything that's going in after this. All that seasoning that was cooked at the bottom, going right into the vegetables. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now, you might be wondering why I didn't throw the garlic and the ginger in first before I threw in the leeks, just because the oil was already hot and I didn't want the garlic to burn by the time the meal is, or the vegetables are done cooking. So I threw the leeks in first because those are going to be the ones that take the longest to brown.
You get a nice good color on them. You see the green onion or white parts, we definitely got those in there. Tossing them in there, get that extra flavor going. Then add the garlic, add the ginger. Then after that, we're gonna add the mushrooms, season it up just a little bit. Then add the carrots. Now we originally were gonna cook the carrots separately, but we're trying something different on this run. So add the carrots in, then we're gonna add a little bit of rice vinegar just to add an extra bit of flavor to it. We're not gonna overly season these vegetables because when we had this seasoning that we used on the fish and the flavor from the fish that was pulled out, all in that pan, excuse me. We have everything from that cooking process from the fish to season the vegetables. You don't need to go crazy seasoning things. You wanna have that fresh flavor from vegetables, but at the same time, everybody likes a little bit of seasoning. So don't go crazy. You're not trying to give yourself a heart attack. We're trying to use things that bring out flavors and taste versus adding just saltiness. Now, you don't have to add wine if you don't want to, but I had an open bottle of wine that I used the other day for another meal prep video I'll be posting soon for some chicken. We're going to use a Sauvignon Blanc here, just a white wine. You can use whatever wine you like, but keep an idea of the acidity of wines, and dryness and sweetness of wines are going to affect the way your food tastes, so make sure you choose a wine within range of the foods. You're going to want to choose a wine that aligns more with the taste of the food you're going for. You're not going to want a very sweet wine and you're trying to make something a little bit more heavy like spaghetti or anything like that, because you're going to use a red wine. You're not going to want something sweet. You're going to want something a little bit more drier in that case. Same thing with the fish. Using a sweet is okay, but the Sauvignon Blanc that I have there is semi-sweet. I don't even want to say it's semi-sweet. It's really just like medium. It's more on the drier side, but it does have a sweetness to it, but it's definitely more on the drier side. You can see a little bit of my process of how I go through about plating food and choosing which piece to actually plate, how much to go about. If you've seen my posts on Instagram, you can see that I tend to take a lot of pictures of food, or definitely a lot more pictures of food that I haven't posted, but sometimes the plate itself needs to be exchanged, or you might need to use a bowl, or the amount of food you have is too little or too much, and there's certain things that the colors might be off, so just you have to find a good balance. But if you're not worried about what it looks like and you're about to just eat, enjoy the food. But if you're trying to make it a little bit more presentable, take a little bit extra time. Make sure you wipe the bowl if you're getting stuff splashed on the side. Itadakimasu! Now let's find out what this actually tastes like. Let's see if we did a good job before we did something. Tadaima. Sorry, I would have been back a couple minutes sooner, but I was looking after sweet Fiona, you know. It's all good though, you know what I mean? It's all good. It's all good. We were back before the video ended. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. The bread is looking not ecstatic. The dough is looking whack. Oh, Kairi. Oh, Kairi. Okay. Okay, Nasai. Okay, Nasai. Okay. 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 Okay, Nasai. Okay, Nasai. All right, I think that's about as far as my decibel range is gonna be able to go. I don't think I missed anything. You know, I feel like I hit a lot of notes in that sequence just for Okaide. You know what I mean? I feel like we did pretty good right there. You know, if I do say so myself, there was some cracklage. You know, a couple of those, but I do think we did all right. You know, if I do say so myself, I do think we did all right there. You know what I'm saying? Open to criticisms. You know, of course. You know, we did our little range right there. You know what I'm saying? We could, you know, voice actor, you know, some characters, you know, just off the old coyote, you know what I mean? we can make it happen, right? You know what I mean? Right? I think it's possible. I think it's possibility. I think it is something that could happen. All right. Let's see here. We had Kintore. So if I say Jimuni, right? Stick with me here. Jimuni ita toki Jimuni itara toki. The fuck is that shit called? Gintori ga this music is not helping. It's not helping. Gintori ga. What the fuck? Excuse me, T-Pain. Thank you.
Said the music is supposed to get you pumped.
It was not getting me pumped. It was messing up my active recall ability of Japanese. I can't get pumped. I can't get jiggy with this. I can't get jiggy with this. What the fuck was I even trying to say? Jimu ni itara toki. Kintore ga Shinakata. Right? 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 There may be like some incorrect error in there somewhere, but I think that's how you would say that. Let's see what happens. Let's see if, you know, this subpar translation service here, you know what I'm saying, can detect my, you know, my level of Chisai Nihon desu. You know what I mean? What the fuck was I supposed to say? Jimu ni itara toki kintore Jimu ni itara toki. It keeps saying Jim is either I hate you. Let me see here. Jimu itara toki. Jimu itara toki kintore suru. Jimu itara toki kintore ga shinakattara. I do weight training when I go to the office. I mean, I like the idea of the gym being the office, you know? That sounds like a good place to work, you know? That sounds like a good place to work, you know? The gym being the office, you know what I mean? Can you imagine, you know? You're lifting, you know, that's completing tasks for the day right there, you know what I mean? You're doing a service to your company by being there in that gym. You know what I mean? They need that. However, my translator does not have the service that I need to translate the little bit of Japanese I'm trying to spit out and say. You know what I mean? If I type it out, maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe that'll work. Maybe if I just type something out, you know what I mean? Because the problem with the word Jimu, is it can mean office, or the katakana version of the word, which is gym. and a shit ton of other words that is on the list that I didn't see on the fucking list before. All of a sudden. Let me check my other list here. Yeah, Jimu. Jimu. Yes. Alright, so this is what we'll do right here, right? This is what we'll do. This is what we'll do. We'll Jimu, right? We'll type in our knee. We need a knee. We got some knees around here somewhere. There's a knee. There's a knee that looks typing. Or in this case, copying and pasting. Jimu knee. Itara. 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 Jimu ni Itara Toki. This has a kanji. Is this? See, this isn't something y'all would really understand. This is more like a grammar thing for me to fully understand. It's just for you to like get a brush of, but not really get a full grasp of, I guess. If I would break down, I need to understand this in order to break it down to you. When followed by the ni particle, the time is emphasized. Also, when the main clause is in the past tense, the clause modifying toki can either be past or not past. In this case, this is going to be a past tense statement because we're saying Jimu, when at the gym, we did strength training. Which is Jimu ni Itara Toki. We're doing this Toki for grammar point, just something for us to get the grasp of. Just in a sense. I don't even know if this is still used. What's crazy is learning this, you know, sometimes you don't know what's going to be more current at this time frame, depending on how generations are changing languages. You know? How much formal Japanese will I truly interact with? You know what I mean? One day we'll live in Japan for a few years. Just because, you know what I mean? Just because. But how much formal Japanese will you interact with at that point? You know what I mean? But yeah. So
Aries ascending. Said BRB.
Alright, Aries said BRB. We are Jimu ni Ita Toki. Jimu ni Ita Toki. And then we would have like a comma. And we have a comma. And then that's the other thing about Japanese. Wait, some people be writing like I'm like, or like when things are being like when you're looking at something that's been said, it's like, how do you know where to set? Like, I understand the particles, but like, what if they're speaking informally? Like, what? How do you? It's all about context. Assumptions is like, oh my goodness. Every time I know something, I just know I don't know shit. Alright. Jimu ni Itara Toki. And then we say Kintore. We'll say Kintore. Right? And then we'll say Ga. So we need a Ga. Ga. There's a guy over here somewhere. I believe Ga is the correct verb for this situation. Suru? Do we need a Suru? But it's not Suru, it's Shinakata. Right? Well, let's try this out. See if this translates out to anything. This is a false statement, of course. Of course. You know what I'm saying? We would never say something so outrageous like going to the gym and not doing any weight training.
we would never say something so outrageous. Never. But this is what we were able to type out. Why does it say kin though? Like that. Kintore. I don't know why it says it like that. Is it because I don't have the correct comma for let me see what happens. Oh. Well, it's still the same. It's still the same. I don't understand why this. I don't know if you can see that. You probably can't see that, but we zoom into that. This right here. This kin. Like why this is showing up like that with a space. And then on top of that, this hyphen attached to it. Why is that here? That's not on here. What is Jimu ni ita I didn't mean to move that. Okay. Ita toki, right? Kin, see, like there's a comma, right? Comma, space, comma, space, comma, space, right? That indicates next line. Kintori, so kintori, kintori, ga, right? Shi na kata. This is a small two, so it's saying this is a double TA. You just get used to seeing it. That's something that's to be noticed. See, it's double TA. Shi na kata. I forgot this was even down here for a second. But yeah, if you want to check to see if I was right, I was saying it on par with this. Jimu ni itada toki kintore ga shinakata.
ジムにいたとき、筋トレがしなかった。
Right. When I was at the gym, I didn't do any weight training. But of course, I would never say this. Of course, right? You know what I'm saying? I would never say this. That would be a crazy statement for me to make. But, you know, others would make this type of commentary. You know what I'm saying? Not me, of course. Of course. You know, but this is more relatable to other people who aren't to me, of course. You know? Oh, you know what? I need to add. I guess, do I need to add? Yeah, I do need to add this. I'll just take out that weird hyphen situation going on there. Then why is this has space in it? this doesn't have a space in it, does it? When it's typed out, it doesn't have a space in it. Why does it have a space in it? Alright, there we go. Jimu ni ita toki kino kintori ga shinakattara. Remember, like I said, I would personally never make this statement. If I make this statement, you need to know it's a cry for help. Because I would never go to the gym without doing any strength training or any weight training, you know what I mean? I personally would never do such things. Never. You know what I'm saying? Unless I was using the pool. Or for the purpose of just riding the bike for some reason. But outside of that, yeah, nah. In today's day and age, I wouldn't be going to the gym if I wasn't doing some weight training. You know what I mean? So, but this is for the individuals that would make this type of commentary. You know what I'm saying? That they went to the gym and they didn't do any weight training. You know what I'm saying? That's up to everybody else. You know what I'm saying? But this is nice, good phrasing for those who would make this type of commentary. Who isn't me, of course. You know what I'm saying? We don't have any muscles. We're only joking. You know what I mean? Saying, you know, we don't have any muscles. We're faking. We never skip a leg day. We don't have any muscles to show for anything. You know what I mean? We say never skip leg day, and then we skip leg day. Like, come on, guy. You know what I mean? We don't have any muscles, so, you know, unfortunately for us, we're envious of the guys who can say they don't do weight training at the gym when they're gone or when they went, you know, because they went, you know what I mean? They went. They're already up. They're already up and moving. They went. I didn't. You know what I mean?
Said Jimu talk.
Jimu talk. You know what I mean? They've up and gone. You know what I mean? So is it me to be able to rant upon them for not doing weight training? You know what I mean? If I didn't even go, come on now. I think I think the correct word is abhorrent. It would be abhorrent of me, right? Abhorrent. Abhorrent. What did I say? Oh my goodness. Stay off the drugs, kids. Stay off the drugs. Ooh. What did I say?
Ascending. Said abhorrent.
Yes, but what was the sentence that I used in? What was I even? I've digressed for too long that I forgot what my original commentary was about in the first place. It'd be abhorrent of me to make this Jimu talk about Jimu no ita toki kintore
Ascending.
ga
Everything you were saying, lol.
shinakatara. Yeah, hilarious. Hilarious. It would be abhorrent of me to make this type of commentary. Because I, of course, would never make this commentary. You know what I'm saying? I would never say Jimuni. No, yeah, Jimuni Itara Toki Kintore ga Shinakatara. Jimuni Itara Toki Kintore ga Shinakatara. Always get tripped up in the second sentence. So many damn particle placements and this is a conjoining sentence. This is a complex sentence structure, and this is also past tense. I personally, like I said, it would be abhorrent of me to say, of course, because we looked at the definition, to make sure that we're accurate in our usage of said word, to make commentary saying that last time I went to the gym, I didn't do weightlifting. I would never do something so. I would never say such outrageous commentary. Like I said, unless I'm saying I went to the pool, or for some reason I was only on the bike, and even then I might do some lifting. Hear me now. It's a cry for help. Alright? It's a cry for help. If you're seeing it, if you're hearing it right now, it's a cry for help. If I say I went to the gym and I didn't do weightlifting, we got problems. The answer you'll get is in definitions of how much did we lift. Was it a light, medium, heavy, or it was, I never do a maxing out day, but was it a strenuous day? Nah, not strenuous, because strenuous sounds like you were struggling, and we don't struggle, you know what I'm saying? If we start strenuating, we start straining, if we start straining, we you know what I'm saying, it can cause problems, and we don't want to do stuff like that. We want to make sure that we're using proper form and using proper technique to lift said heavy ass weights that we choose to lift in for situations that, mind you, I try to figure would be more realistic than your per se lifting the bench, for example, which is pushing, what I'm saying, with the pectorals, what I'm saying.
Aries ascending. Said face with open eyes and hand over mouth.
Alright. We're good. We're good. We're just rearranging some things, that's all. That's all. What was I saying? Oh, like, for example, doing bench press is a push technique with the pectorals. You know what I'm saying? You're pushing, exerting, and then also using your triceps and a bit of your deltoid to push the weight up in front of you. But in what instance are you laying and the weight is in front of you like that? You know what I'm saying? It's not like you use your muscles like that when you stand and push. You know what I mean? So I personally don't see much use in people doing bench press. You know, it's nice showboating. You know, it's great. It's great to show off how much you can lift like that. But in realistic purposes, in real situations, how often are you laying on your back and pushing the weight?
Aries ascending.
And pushing the weight.
Not really possible to do that motion standing up.
No,
Aries ascending.
it is not possible.
Said with weights.
It's not really possible. It's not possible at all. Because the whole reason why this works is because the weight of gravity is not fighting against you. If you tried to do that while standing, the weight of gravity will be fighting against you. So you'd be trying to push and pull against gravity, snapping your wrists. Is, I believe, how it will work. Because there'd be no way you'd be able to, like, for example, lift 225 or whatever with straight arms. You wouldn't be worried about elbows out and pushing and bringing it back, because you'd be snapping your wrists immediately. And depending on how you were even able to get the bar into the air would also determine on when your wrists were probably going to snap. Because if you had to lift the weight up, just the idea of lifting the weight off of something, or if you had to lift it from below, you could already feel the strain in your muscles. I would assume. Hypothetically, that's what I would assume would occur. You know what I mean? I wouldn't advise for anyone to test this theory out. This would be terrible for you. But I assume that's how mechanics of the body works. Because even though I do wrist activities, like to strengthen the wrist strength, you know what I mean? Wrist curls, wrist extensions, you know what I'm saying? With the dumbbell weights. Not the dumbbell weights, but the dumbbell bars? Not bars. What do you call that? Barbell bars. The short ones, not the whole bar. But, you know, you can't get your wrist strong enough to hold the weight of something like if you were going to bench press. It wouldn't be physically possible for a human. You know? While standing, of course, you know what I'm saying? We're talking about that standing motion. I was fronting, but we're talking about standing, so there'd be no way you'd be able to hold out your arms and not snap your wrists like fucking twigs. So yeah, the more you know. The more you know. You get a little bit of Japanese, you get a little bit of science, and you get a little fitness training. But yeah, that's why I don't think bench pressing is all that important, you know what I mean? See, leg pressing, you know, I lift heavy on leg pressing.
And you would wonder, like, in what instances are you, like, for example, you know, pushing weight from, like, you're maybe laying down or in a position of like a chair and you're pushing weight with your feet. Any situation, you know what I mean? Someone tries to pin you down, you know what I mean? Kicking to push them off, you know what I'm saying? Exerting force away, you know what I'm saying? Laying down, another example. The kicking motion in general, from laying down, using your legs for submissive techniques. Yeah, you know what I mean? Never skip leg day, of course. Of course, you know what I'm saying? We could have used an upper body exercise, of course, but you know what I'm saying? We never skip leg day. You know what I'm saying? We don't skip leg day. We don't skip an opportunity to talk about leg day. You know what I mean? Because that's what we do, right? Until we skip leg day. Then we just look like this guy. Somebody who skipped leg day multiple times. Multiple times. Do you think leg day is gonna be happy with me? You know, usually when you get on a scale, you either gain fat
Is ascending.
or you
Said
gain muscle.
biology lessons with Sishika Deutsche Sensei.
Myology. Sesshiku Doitsu Sensei. What's going on here on my other screen? Sorry, let me put some shea butter on. Also, the printer has stopped, so you know what I'm saying? It's a little bit better, you know what I'm saying, in terms of sound quality in this situation. Situation right here. This situation right here. I hope Doodle Bob knows he's got to give that bookmark back. Like he's definitely got to give that back. You know, I have an idea about the bookmark situation. I think I'm gonna do that. You know, I don't know how well that's gonna pan out, but you know, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. You know what I mean? I think it'll work. You know, I feel like 2 is just very small. You know, it might not mean nothing. You know, but it'll be cool. You know what I mean? And we're reading the book once a week, so you know what I'm saying? I'll let you pin the ideas together yourself. You know what I mean? Until I announce the situation. You know what I mean? But you know, we're reading the book once a week anyway. Yeah. The Problem is, I know there isn't going to be a design worthy for every book. You know what I mean?
Aries ascending. Said, did you finish Worthing Heights?
I did not. I did not yet. I did not. I did not. I need to finish that because now we're running out of time. Before we were gloating about how we had, you know what I'm saying, we was going to finish it. And then we've been streaming and not doing nothing afterwards but going to bed. Like some damn heathen. Come on now. I'm disappointed too.
Aries
I'm
ascending.
disappointed too.
Said streaming
know.
and sleeping and baking bread. LOL.
Exactly. I'm disappointed too. Like I really am. Yo, why is my timer not set? When was that? When was that? When the fuck was that? Alright, I think this is time where we use a YouTube to figure that out. Yeah. That was about 48 minutes ago, which means the timer would be about 2 hours and 12 minutes based off of that time. But that time is based off maybe like 5-10 minutes after, so we'll say about 2 hours. We'll say about 2 hours. We'll say about 2 hours. Gotta stay on that time, you know, that baker's time, you know what I mean? Gotta stay on that time. We working with variables. We gotta make sure our variables that we can control are consistent each and every time when we test these variables. Because if we don't, we're just gonna end up with more variables. And man, oh man, let me tell you here. Variables when it comes to making bread, I've seen plenty of them. Sourdough bread in particular has some variables. It needs to be warm in here, you know what I mean? I don't like it warm, I like it cold, you know what I'm saying? I like it cold. You know, I like it frosty actually, you know what I mean? I like to be bundled up, you know, but I like my air chilled and frosty. You know, sourdough doesn't agree with said frosty temperatures, you know. Sourdough is like, hey, we're bacteria. We wanna thrive in nice, good, warm climate, you know. Good little cool beach weather, you know.
Aries ascending.
It's gotta be good.
Said summer is probably perfect for that. LOL.
Oh yeah, it's perfect. It's too perfect, actually. You know what I'm saying? You got to be careful with sourdough starter during the summer. You know, during the summer, you know, it might be proofing too fast. You know what I mean? It's so warm, it's proofing too fast. You got to make sure it's staying cool enough for real. Or if you have it sitting out on the counter, for example, you got to keep an eye on every few days because, you know what I'm saying, this bacteria, it could grow real, you know what I'm saying, real opposite direction real quick, if you know what I mean. We don't want that. So, yeah. But yeah,
And I think I'm gonna need to warm the kitchen though. I do think I am gonna need to warm the kitchen. The kitchen does not seem to be warm enough for the
Sending. Said so spring is better lol.
spring is definitely better. But see, winter time is very good for bread, of course, you know. Nice warming situation, you know, you can use bread with a lot of things. You know, bread is very filling. You know, bread and potatoes, for example, are very good winter staples. You know what I mean? So just got to get this situation right. You know what I'm saying? We got to get this bread out. The people need the bread. The people need the bread. They need it. Sandy.
Said yeah, give us the big cheese.
Exactly. You heard it. The people have spoken, you know? So I'm gonna have to say Jimu ni itara toki kintore ga shinakattara. Jimu ni itara kinotore kino no, it's not kino. Kintore. Jimu. I'm trying to remember, just not by looking. Jimu ni itara toki. Jimu ni itara toki. Kintore. Kintore ga shinakattara. I feel like the pauses are supposed to be in different places, but I get stuck pausing because it's like a fucking mouthful. I'm trying to say it fast when I feel like it's probably not supposed to be fast, but I'm like, slow down, but speed up, and you know what I'm saying? Then I just sound like a girl, you know what I mean? And you hear that enough, you know what I mean? I don't. It doesn't have to be that way, right?
Aries ascending.
You know what I mean?
Said rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
You know what I mean? I need to come prepared when I'm explaining this to you, of course. You know what I mean? You don't want to hear the same things twice. You're not gonna remember it that way. You're gonna remember me as, you know, I don't want that for you. I don't want that for me.
Aries ascending. Said couldn't wait until RI0P got here, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
It's a staple, of course. You know what I mean? Someone was out there and they needed to hear that. They needed that. You know what I mean? They needed that. They needed that. They just happened to be skimming through. That was their first impression, and that's what they got right there. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna need that. 2 hours and 30 minutes in or so. You know what I mean? We're gonna need that. They need that, right? They needed that. The people were asking for that. I do think we need a second word though. However, we still haven't Jimu ni itara toki kintore ga shinakattara. Jimu ni itara toki kintore ga shinakattara. You know, we're gonna get this down, you know, and we're gonna be talking and reading Japanese in a way that just is going to dumbfound this current state of ourselves. You know what I mean? We're going to be looking at things and reading things like, you know what, I understand what's happening here. Just as well as we're able to sit here and start watching animes and shit, you know, and movies and shit, not being concerned about, hey, what did that subtitle say? Because, you know, sometimes they're either wrong or they don't really convey the messaging at the level that of what's being really said, you know what I mean? It's lost in translation. You hear me? And yeah, you know, sometimes that's why you know, small rant. You know, I don't advise people watch anything in dub, of course, because, you know, sub is the way to go. You know what I'm saying? You really get to see the emotion in the character and the voice actors. You know what I'm saying? There are some decent English voice actors, but far and few between. You know what I'm saying? If they're good, they're okay, but I don't recommend the dub. I do not recommend dub. We support only sub here. You know what I'm saying? Usually we don't take sides in this chat room, you know what I'm saying? But this is a situation where, you know, if I recommend it to you, it's in sub. Don't ask me if it's in dub. It's in sub. It's in sub. You know what I'm saying? DBZ, sub. What else? Classics. Go ahead. Ask me. Subs. Ask me. Subs. Full Metal. Subs. ReZero. Sub. Solo. Sub. Friedman. Sub. Oh my goodness. Friedman. Sub. Please. That was terrible. The emotion is taken out of the characters most of the time. It's actually crazy. You know, I can't hit the decibels, you know what I'm saying, that well in English, of course, you know what I'm saying. I can't hit them that much better in Japanese, but I can at least, you know, hit correct notes for voice acting, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So we can accurately portray characters, you know what I'm saying? Not on some cosplay type stuff, but you know what I'm saying, on some voice acting type stuff. Hey, Squidward, you like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? You know what I mean? So we'll try our best.
Said, what's this about you watching anime in dub? Slightly smiling
Excuse
face.
me? Me? Dub? I would never, ever, you know what I'm saying? If they're hiring for English voice actors, you know what I'm saying, for dubs, you know what I'm saying, I can fill in, because, you know what I'm saying, I can help bring that aspect of the character to the show, you know what I'm saying? I can watch it in Japanese, you know what I'm saying, and show you where I need to be. You know what I'm saying? Because most of the time, the English ain't coming out same day as the Japanese anyway. You know what I'm saying? So we in the, you know, ahead of time, you know, I could easily, you know, I'm probably seeing the Japanese version at that point. You know, I could figure out what my character is like.
Said 2 days later for dubs, I think face exhaling.
Exactly. That's how you know dubs are shitty boo boo. You know what I'm saying? And I know Aries, I'm sorry. Gomen nasai. You know, gomen. You know what I mean? You know, we just small rant. Chisai rant. Just Chisai. You know. The sub is the way to go. The emotion is there. You know what I'm saying? You can really feel the emotion in the character, the emotion in the voice actor, you know what I'm saying, portraying that character in the scene, the scenario. You know what I'm saying? It takes the plot really to the next level. You know what I mean? I be hearing that shit, I be like, bro, this shit ain't even remotely close, bro. You watch this in English?
Said, are you saying you don't feel the emotion in dubs?
You cannot. You cannot. In 90, we'll say 97% of dubs, you cannot feel the emotion in dubs. 97% of dubs, you cannot feel the emotion in dubs. It's not there. It's not there. It's not there.
Aries
It's missed.
Said hard ass disagree lol.
It's missed. It's missed. It's missed. Have you gone back and watched it in sub? Missed. It's missed. It's missed. I'm sorry. It's missed. I could not agree. I could not agree with you. You know what I'm saying? We could agree to disagree here, but I can tell you for sure that they definitely do not hit it. They don't hit it. That's why I can't support dubs. You know what I mean? Sub is the way to go.
Aries
Sub is the way to go.
Said I'll try that one episode of Gachi Akuta and see how they compare lol.
Wait. Excuse me, what episode are you talking about there?
Said if I don't like it I'm blaming you.
Are you talking about the episode with Mr. Dreadlocks? Mr. Locks.
Aries
Sir.
ascending. Said the one with the chick in the desert.
Oh, word? Plenty of emotion in that scene. Plenty of emotion in that scene. Come on, with Amo? Amo. Doshte. Amo. Amo, John. Amo. Nande.
Aries ascending. Said FFFFFFF ads.
And this is a good time to point out that, you know what I'm saying, for those that have subbed or haven't already, or are in the middle of subbing, you know, thank you. You know what I'm saying? For those who have watched ads, thanks for watching ads. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? If you use Turbo, you use your Prime, hey, it's all great. Thank you. Thank you all the same. But anywho, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's about 4:20. We're only one word into a list. We need to make what was that? Aries? Damn, I forgot again.
Ascending. Said okay.
You're back now. Alrighty. Alrighty, Nasar. Alrighty. Alrighty, Nasar.
Aries ascending. Said I forgot what I was going to say. Aries ascending. Said something about how you're wrong about dubs.
Oh man, that's crazy. I'm glad you forgot what you were gonna say, because that sounds like outlandish talk. There's nothing I said wrong about dubs. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong about anything I said about the dubs. You know what I mean? They're just not. It's not there. You know what I mean? It's just really not there. You know, maybe I'm biased or something, you know, but it's not there. You know what I mean? With sub, immaculate.
Aries
Immaculate.
ascending.
Immaculate.
You're definitely biased.
Um, you know what I'm saying? Play it in the language it's supposed to be in, you know what I mean? Like Lord of Mysteries, for example. You know what I'm saying? It's meant to be in Chinese. You know what I mean? So you play it in the language it's meant to be in, but just it's gonna get the best voice actors, you know what I'm saying? They gonna embody it the best, you know. This ain't the area. English is not. Nah, get that shit out of here. It's not carrying it. It's not carrying it. The people who doing the English is not doing it. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. Sorry, Aries. You know what I'm saying? You've been fed bad things for too long. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. Go man, that's sorry. Go man, go man. Go man, go man. Go man, go man. Go man, go man. But you know, I'll forgive you by, you know, making sure to recommend that you watch sub for here on out of everything you watch. Even after you watch that episode, everything you watch, just watch sub. You know, it'll greatly improve your life. You know.
Aries Ascending. Said I will say Frieren had really good English dub for how dull it was. Aries Ascending. Said I'm not agreeing to that lol. Aries Ascending. Said hashtag dubs for life.
I see this is why you won't sub to me again. I see this is why you won't sub to me again, Aries. I knew it. I knew it was something. I knew it was something. I knew it was something. This is exactly why. Because you're a dub lifer. You've forsaken the crew. You know, you've gone your own way. You've gone down the wrong path for too long. You won't stray from it. How could we? How? How?
Aries Ascending. Said nah, it was because I don't remember my credit card number, but now it's because you keep hating on dubs.
Damn. Damn. It's like that. That's crazy. That's actually crazy, you know? Who would have thought you'd be so cruel? You know? Who would have really thought you would be so cruel? I would have never thought you'd be so cruel. You know? I never knew. I know you would. I know you would.
Aries Ascending. Said all you need to do is say dubs aren't that bad, slightly smiling face.
Dubs aren't that bad. Slightly smiling face. Does that work?
Aries ascending. Said and mean it grinning face.
I meant it. I did. I meant it for every second I did that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's very true. You know what I mean? I meant it for every second.
Aries
You
ascending.
know what I mean?
Said insincere face with tears of joy face with tears of joy.
This is just my face. I can't help it if it seems insincere, you know what I mean? This is my face. Just know that, you know what I mean, this is my face. This is how the world sees me. Sometimes I have to stretch my lips back to show my teeth.
Ascending. Said that was a very insincere smile, lol.
Okay, I got you. I'm sorry, let me stop playing. You need to watch all of your previous dubs. Previous dubs and sub, you know. And then after you do that, then we can have this discussion about whether I should say dubs are okay. But in the meantime, you shouldn't hold, you know, yourself hostage, you know. You know, to believing in dubs, you know what I mean? But I can't.
Aries ascending. Said maybe 3 to 4 episodes. Silly goose.
Silly goose. 3 to 4. You know, I get offended when shit starts playing in English. That's supposed to be in Japanese. I'm like,
Aries ascending. Said
who
it's
told
not
you
the
that?
bad face with tears of joy face with tears of joy.
It's terrible. It's terrible to me. It's terrible to me. You know, when I found out Goku was voice acted by a girl, or by a woman, I should say, it was comical. You know, to actually watch Dragon Ball in Japanese, because this nigga he tells female voice actor. It's not the same Goku we got. Frozen a different experience, you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Obviously you don't know what I mean because you're missing out. You know what I mean? Aries, there's only so much I can do to bring you out of the dark and into the light of what you have been cowering yourself in, that you call dubs, and bring yourself to greatness, which is the land of subs, as you learn this Japanese. I think we're all in agreement here.
Aries ascending. Said slightly smiling face left right arrow. SG Zealot. Said join at Silent German.
That's such a random time for you to show up.
Ready for some future.
You see how that all comes back around. You know, it's, you know, it really does improve the situation, you know. I know I sound like somebody who's hyping it up, but it really does improve knowing the situation, you know, being able to watch sub without the stress of the sub. Now, I'm not on the level of, hey, throw that joint in the OG Japanese version, you know what I'm saying, where they got the Japanese subtitles, the hiragana, the kanji subtitles, the katakana. Like, nah, I'm not that good. No sir, no sir, we are not there yet. We're not there yet. It requires a lot of practice. Requires a lot of dedication. Requires a lot of time that we have not been putting in to do said things. Who are you? Uh-huh. Oh, it's ha 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 ha. I thought it was gonna be that. Like the other song from the early 2000s.
Said how are you gonna get 5,000 hours this year with that attitude?
Psh, 5,000 hours. I think I'm at like, hold on.
Aries ascending. Said for 500 hours or however many you're trying to do.
I currently have 3,200. And that's just on this one log joint. I don't even know how many joints I could possibly want. I just want enough where I can communicate and read some, you know? I can kind of understand what's happening, but I'd like to be able to communicate some in a manner that is not just konnichiwa, daisuki, arigato gozaimasu. You know? Sumimasen, sumimasen, yoroshiku onegaishimasu, anjeho desu. No, wait. Sumimasen, anjeho desu, yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Or I guess realistically, you know, in this situation, because I shouldn't really be using that
Aries
name.
ascending.
It's
Said you need to learn conversational Japanese, like where is the exit and is your dog very nice?
Inui, 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 Inui. This seems real French-like, don't you think? I just is your dog nice? You know, if that wasn't understood, I think at some point I've come across where's the exit, but you're right that I don't remember. those are also labeled. You know what I'm saying? Like how other places are supposed to be. Those are actually labeled, you know. They actually care about individual safety. You know what I mean? Not implying anything, just saying that, you know, in some places they don't care about individual safety or the mass safety either. I think we need another word though.
Aries ascending. Said you can also ask, is your wife nice or is your brother tall? Duolingo is gonna lead us to success.
Oh yes, yes. They did say to remember what your height was. You know, I haven't gone back and remember what my height was, but they did say remember what your height was. Like, in any case, you may get asked how tall you are. You know, so they might be on to something about how tall your brother is, because that may come up as a comment. You know what I mean? How tall is your brother? He's Hyaku Hachiju. Hyaku Hachiju. Hachiju. Hyaku Hachiju this. Hyaku Hachiju this. 180 centimeter. See, but I didn't. Centimeter. This what was the word for meta this? Centimeter this. It wasn't centimeter. That's like German. Meta this. Meta. I don't know. See, more shit I haven't remembered randomly. You know what I mean? This is what the people want to know. This is what the people want to know. You know, the people want to know how tall you are. Tsubon? 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 Or Tsubon? Tsubon? I think it's Tsubon. I don't think that's correct. Something about that tells me that's not correct. I just feel like that's not correct. I don't know. 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 Now I'm even more confused than I was a second ago. This is correct. This is correct, but it's also incorrect. I think this is incorrect. I think this is incorrect. And I don't even know. No, I'm not sure if this is right either. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I really don't know. I really don't know. I'll have to get back to you. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some serious digging in order to figure that out. The exact height measurement statement about centimeters. It is correct about what I was saying about phrasing the numbers and saying is, because we already knew who the subject was and we're talking informally. Since you're asking me about my brother's height, then
Aries Ascending.
yes.
Said realistically we're never going to bring this up again. Face with tears of joy. Face with tears of joy.
That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. We will bring it back up again, you know, when we reconvene some other time. Not today. I mean, maybe later. I don't. No guarantees about later. No guarantees about later. No guarantees about later. You know what I'm saying? But maybe later. Maybe. You know, we have to bake bread anyway, so, you know. But then that means we also need to be committed to speaking in 3 different languages on one stream, you know, being forced into, you know, having a good time by dancing around another language, you know. Das war wunderbar Idee, gay. You know, aber ich kann aber nicht so viel das Japanische sprechen, so das ist, you know, sieht aber nicht so gut aus. I'll probably be baking. I'll probably be baking bread. What's it, another hour and 18 minutes on the clock. So we'll say about 6 or so, a little after 6, maybe 6:15. No, I won't be baking bread for a good minute, right? Yeah. Because this is just going to be a second. All right, this is supposed to be where I'm put them in the baskets. In the baskets, it's going to be a late dough. A late night dough. So I think I need to warm up the kitchen.
Aries Ascending. Said weary face.
This is just a sample though. This ain't even. This ain't even, you know what I'm saying? This ain't even nothing serious. This is just, just to see how things are right now. You know what I'm saying? To test the water of everything. You know what I'm saying? When I make a big batch of dough, to waste a big batch of dough. You know what I mean? Because it won't be up to quality to eat or respect for me to want to give to anyone to eat. You know what I mean? It's best for like breadcrumbs or some shit. You know? Yeah. But I do think I'm gonna need to warm up the kitchen. So I have to get the little portable heater out. Warm up the kitchen, so it's kind of annoying though. But it's gotta be done for the bread to be getting active the way I need it to. We need some bread and some Mickey Flick. You know what I'm saying? We can't be giving other people this money for this bread. We got infinite bread supply. Well, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? Because bread flour costs money, but you know, infinite bread supply based on how much we can spend on flour. You know what I mean? But I gotta make sure this bread is correct. You know what I mean? So the people who are hungry out here, my people out here, can get their bread fix. You know, the people who need it, the people who want it. You know what I mean? I want to serve the people because the people need it, of course. People need it for sure, right? You know what I mean?
Aries ascending. Said I can't make avocado toast on supermarket bread, tired face.
Avocado toast on supermarket bread. I thank you for, you know what I'm saying, one, for allowing the sourdough to grace your avocado smorgasbord, and two, you know, for, you know, thinking to once again support the sourdough community. You know what I mean? You know, with your avocado smorgasbord, you know. You know, I'm not a big fan of avocados. I think they're good for you. Don't get me wrong. I think they're good for you. Bro, that sound of something like running in your ears is actually crazy just now. That was actually kind of creepy, I'm not gonna lie to you. Hey, go what? Sound like iguana in a fucking in a desert. What the fuck was I even about to say? I forgot what the hell I was even gonna say.
Aries ascending. Said got caught on another ad break.
Damn. I got caught rambling and forgot whatever the hell I was supposed to say. I forgot whatever the hell I was supposed to be saying. Yeah, but I think if we warm up the kitchen, we should be alright. Warm up the kitchen,
Aries ascending.
and if we use,
Said you were talking about bread flour, lol.
if we warm up the kitchen and we use warmer water, should we feed the starter again? If we do this until no. Mm-mm. What is this sound? Okay. I don't really know what the fuck that was, but alright. So anyway, let's still hear it though. Yeah, I think we'll definitely need to warm up the kitchen some. I really don't want to do that, but it's going to be the case. Because marble countertops, so that's not really helping with the keeping it warm aspect. It's helping keeping it cool. And you know, stainless steel ain't got no warm properties. Using a warm towelette only works for so long because you know, the towelette gets cold. It's not like anything's underneath it to keep it warm or anything like that. The oven you can try, but it didn't even give me good value today. And I'm like, be careful with it, because you know, I don't want to end up cooking the dough a little bit off the jump, killing the starter right away. You know what I mean? Because I could easily make that mistake. Hopefully I did make that mistake, but you could easily make that mistake. You know what I mean?
Aries ascending. Said yeah totally, I hate when I accidentally bake dough instead of not baking it.
You know, you could definitely the problem is like with the sourdough, like if it doesn't feed, it can be finicky. You know what I'm saying? The temperature of the room, the temperature of the water, the temperature of the flour, they say. You know what I'm saying? I guess because technically speaking,
we're about to get clipped face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Thing is, I'm not even tired, which is even crazier. But, you know, you could still say, like, even the flour is cold because the flour is the temperature of the room. And I don't fucking give a damn about all that. But it really does make a difference. You know what I'm saying? I don't give two shites about that crap. I don't keep that like in forethought when I'm like, hey, let me make a batch of bread, or let me feed the starter. And you know what I'm saying, feeding the starter, making a batch of bread in the winter is like, you know, getting thing ready like a week out, you know. Not really like a week out, but just, you know, getting prepared, having it ready. XYZ. Now, I have made starters that have rested in the refrigerator. I was doing that at one point for a little while. Where they rested for like 8-10 hours in the fridge. Could do that. Secondary fridge. But anywho, I don't know yet. At some point, we'll have batch after batch of sourdough. and we will definitely have our, you know what I'm saying, good gamer of the great gaming community areas. You know what I'm saying? Make sure we get that loaf. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's going on 5 o'clock. He finished his book. Where is said book? Did I take the... Okay, I did not. Still at page 180.
Sending. Said and you didn't even play a game.
Didn't even play a single game, just rapping. Why are you just rapping, bro? I came here for video games and you just fucking chatterboxing. You think I want to listen to you fucking chat this whole fucking time? And then your ass don't even play no games? You just rapping. If I wanted to listen to some motherfucking rap, I'd go listen to some Patch.
Aries ascending. Said at least you used 3 languages, lol. Aries ascending. Said clapping hands, medium dark skin tone.
Clapping hands, medium dark skin tone. And get behind that. You know what I mean? Only this one time speech check, you know what I mean? At least we use 3 languages, head ass.
Aries ascending. Said clapping hands.
You ain't want to say yellow skin tone, huh? You ain't want to say yellow skin tone. What's up with that? What's up with that? Huh? You ain't want to call him yellow, huh? Speech chat, what's going on there? What's happening?
Aries ascending. Said saying yellow skin tone might be a tad racist, lol.
Is that racist? I guess so. I guess that's racist. But you saying light skin tone, medium skin tone, dark skin tone. Can't just say yellow skin tone, you know what I mean? Niggas is yellow. Come on now. Niggas be yellow. Niggas be yellow mellow out this motherfucker. It's not my fault you yellow. You know what I mean? You need to talk to God, not talking to me. No?
Aries
No.
ascending. Said it's implied to be yellow, lol.
Okay. Alright. Never mind then. You know what I mean? We were just making sure, you know, we covered our bases, of course. Of course, you know. Oh, isn't that? Phone is on 4 percentile. All right.
Well, look, I'm glad to see that there's finally a color that, or a variation of a color that speech chat will not say. You know what I mean? I don't know how that makes me feel about the rest of the statements it makes. You know what I mean? Because light, medium, dark skin tones still, you know what I mean? Waving hand, medium skin tone. Do I need to know what skin tone it is? Like, do I really need to know that? Isn't the skin tone just aesthetics? Like, do I need to know it? Like,
Aries ascending. Said you the streamer must know people aren't doing the yellow ones.
I of course know that they're not doing the yellow ones. Of course, of course. And, you know, that's why I would advocate for said non-usage of the yellow ones, of course. But also non-usage of the rest of them, you know what I mean? For the sound effect alone. Just let them wave. Let them clap. Let them give a thumbs up. Let them, I don't know, something else. And a bunch of other shit. You know, without telling us what skin tone they are, you know. Because nobody needs to know that information. Nobody cares about that information. That just makes it sound racial. You know what I'm saying? Why you gotta bring that in there? Why you gotta bring that in a speech chat? You know what I mean? Why you gotta be like that? Who told speech chat to be like this? Excuse me. Who? Excuse me. Who coded speech chat to act like this way? Come on now. Who was it?
Aries ascending.
Who was it?
Said how else will you know if it doesn't tell you LOL?
Do you need to know that though? Is that pertinent information? Is there ever a scenario where you need to know what color the thumbs up was? Like, is that a thing? I'm just asking out of curiosity, you know what I mean? Is that a thing? Like, I need to know, like, the thumbs up was brown.
Said yet it's a critical part of your stream. Duh.
Then I must be on this. What? I was living in the shadows all this time. All this time? I could have been making a difference right here and now with my own shadow technology. I don't like the fact that I was getting a little wild on the mic there, you know what I'm saying? I was like, excuse me, sir? This might be a rated 18 plus stream, but excuse me, sir? There are children here. You know what I mean?
Hey, come on now. I don't even remember what the fuck I was trying to say. Lost my concentration. Kintore. Kintore. What was that word I was supposed to remember earlier from messing up?
Aries ascending. Said that
I
helped
don't
wake
remember.
you up, lol.
Did it though? Did it? What's that word I was supposed to remember from earlier? It's not she something.
Aries ascending. Said was it something with height?
No. Honestly, I don't know at this point. I think earlier maybe it was something about height, but it wasn't this time. So I'm not really sure what this was about. I'll leave for this. Okay. Then we have we're talking about skin tones. Training. I don't know. I'm lost. I'm lost in a sauce, and this is the sauce that I'm supposed to know. You know what I mean? I'm lost. I'm lost. You know what I mean? I want to play games, but I think we're about to just go walk the dogs. There's so many books to read. So many books to read. Oh my goodness, there's so many books to read. Why do we do this to ourselves? Why do we do this to ourselves? We still only have why is it acting like it doesn't know what I wanted to do? Stop it. Stop messing with me. Fuck this shit. Like 47. We have like 47. Is it 47? Or is it 48? I feel like it's 48. But we're just gonna go. Well, there's only There's only 3 spaces. So actually, yeah, we can go with 48. So we have 48. We're only missing 4 books. All we need are 4 books to add to the list that we will be reading for this year for our 1 book a week list. Oh my goodness. What have I signed myself back up for? You know, I do these lists and I haven't done one in the last couple of years. You know, I've been slacking on my book reading. You know what I'm saying? I've been getting books, but not reading enough books. You know, you gotta read books while you still can read books. because books are life. You know what I mean? Books are just great. You know what I mean? They're just great. You know what I mean? Hold on, I'm sorry. Books are just great. You know what I mean? They really are. You know, books are just, they're great. You know what I'm saying? Especially like Dune, for example. Dune is real good. You know what I mean? Oh, my bad. You said I'm in the way. My bad. Yeah. Dune is real good. You know what I'm saying? I would never hate on anyone starting on Dune. You know what I mean? If you want to start from the beginning of how everything starts in the series, you start at Valerian Jihad. If you want to just start at the beginning of where the movies and everything starts off, you start at Dune. First novel includes the first 3 books. You know what I'm saying? Either way, it's a good time. It's a good read. Very recommendable book series, of course. There are more books than just these 16 or whatever. There's still another, or there might be another 4 or 5 other books besides these that I have right here. So, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? Read more Dune. You know, add that to your 52 book list for this year. You know what I'm saying? I know some of y'all are thinking 52 books 1 year? That's 1 book a week? That's a lot of commitment. What if the book isn't good? My goodness. I'm going to be trying to read that book even faster. Even faster. But I want to stay committed, you know, by putting in the effort.
Are you saying you didn't read every Dune book 5 times each?
Oh, I've read every Dune book. No, the last 2 books to end the series, I probably only read like twice each, maybe. And then Heretics and Chapter House of Dune, I've read a few times, but not as many times as I've read anything prior to that, pretty much. Except for Paul of Dune. I think Paul of Dune is... I think I read Paul of Dune? Or listened to Paul of Dune? I think. I've listened to everything else. More than once, at least. At least. Valerian Jihad, Machine Crusade, Bed of Corn. I've definitely listened again recently. It's the schools I haven't gotten to yet, because now we're starting our book list. So now I need to figure out when I'm going to get my Dune timing. You know what I mean? What's crazy is I listen to the same playlist in the gym every single time. So I've tried to like watch like Japanese lesson or something while in there. It doesn't hit the same. Maybe if I was like on a treadmill or something, but I'd have to be going a pace enough where I could look at the screen. Since I'm looking at my phone, it's not that big of a screen. Maybe if I had like a tablet or something, it might be a little different, but nah. Because like the families that be watching anime, that would be me. Yeah, I've tried listening to books in the gym. It don't really hit the same.
Aries Ascending said it's hard to pay attention to what you're listening to while counting reps, lol.
Exactly. I'm trying to lock in while in the gym. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to lock in, and I gotta worry about if I need to rewind right this second, because what did Sally Mae just say to Grasshopper or something like that? You know, you never know. I gotta rewind. You know what I'm saying? But I'm 6 reps into a 15 rep session. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. It's like, come on now. Don't be rude now. Don't be rude. Just listen to the same music playlist every time. You know what I'm saying? I almost feel like it rotates the same now, you know? I know it's rotated so much that I've heard it so often that it's probably run out of rotations or rotations that would surprise me into a way that where it isn't playing in the same order at some possible time. So yeah, it might not be every song in the exact same order, but it'd be like some joints I'd be like knowing exactly what the next song is about to be because it'll play it anyway, even though the shit is on shuffle. Shit crazy.
Aries ascending. Said no shuffle lol.
Shuffle is on the shuffle, but shuffle don't understand shuffle. Shuffle's like he's used this playlist, you know what I'm saying, more times than there are in a year. Maybe 2 years. If he used the playlist for like once every
Said
day.
shuffled once and then it stopped lol.
You say clear that cash. It is. Nah, one day I was in that joint and it definitely played something out of order, but it on top of that, it played something that wasn't even in that playlist. And then I was like, the next song right afterwards, I was like, oh, hold up, guys, what is this? Had me stunned for a second. I was like, nigga, who is this? And why is this playing on my shenanigans? You know what I'm saying? I had to get that up out of there. I was like, excuse me? I was like, this shit ain't on the little special shuffle joint or nothing. So why is this shit playing other music when I just got in the gym? You know what I'm saying? I was only in the gym for like 15 minutes at that point. It's like you should have only rotated like 4 or 5 songs maybe at that point. I wonder if people were told to stop recording at the gym. I haven't seen anybody recording since I've been back on. Well, I haven't been all week, but you know, in this brief time period that I've been back on, I haven't seen anybody really recording besides like the trainer.
Said I hope you make at least $2 from all the ads I watched today. Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
I hope so too. But I've been rambling, so are you really missing much? You know what I'm saying? You just hit for the ads. Fucking comical. No thank you. Onegaishimasu. Arigato. Onegaishimasu.
Said I saw a couple people with their tripods set up at my gym.
A word. Yeah, like I feel like we could do like a gym stream. You know, I wouldn't really be interacting like that. Just me locked in, tripod and go. You know, some people be all extra and shit. It's like, just put the shit down. Make sure it's at the right angle. Just do your set.
Join
Just
Silent German _S Discord channel
motherfucker,
and
I'm
get ready
talking
for
right now.
some
Do you not
future
hear me
games.
talking right now? And you just do your set and just keep it pushing. You know what I mean? Adjust camera, keep it pushing. You know what I mean? Similar to like how we did the Utah joint, the Utah stream. Just throw that GoPro down. Just be a shorter stream that day. Or it'd be a shorter little gym session. You know what I mean? Cause I could do a shit ton of shit in like an hour. Just don't. I don't be sometimes. Sometimes just being there like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what type of day we have, you know what I'm saying? We just lifting iron and shit, you know what I mean? We just getting strong.
Aries
Getting
ascending.
strong out there.
Said we have to detour around those people lol.
Exactly. I don't like that either, you know what I'm saying? And then those people, those same people who have the joints out, I'm not gonna say all of them, but most of them act like assholes. Like you supposed to evade them. Like nigga, you in the way. I'm not in the way. You in the way, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? You taking up necessary space. It's supposed to be a walk area for us, not for your tripod. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, you just gotta put your shit down and go. You know what I'm saying? You just walk past my shit. Whatever. Just try not to knock it over, please. You know what I'm saying? That's it. But, you know, just have my shit close enough. You know what I'm saying? Just check to see if the angle is right. Next, I can check on my joint, see what the angle look like, see what the camera look like, and just keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to be seeing the. That's because niggas be trying to get the most optimal, you know, best looking view. You know what I'm saying? With the background like this.
Use the machines behind them face exhaling.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, but see, you know. The one thing about that one is the machines behind you don't really face in your direction for the most part, at least for the machines I use anyway. But yeah, now I think about that too. I'm like, I don't really want to be a nuisance to the general public, you know what I mean? But then if you put it like directly right in front of you, it looks a little creepy, you know what I mean? I feel like with like the leg press machine, you know what I'm saying? You're getting a little bit of space anyway, so just putting that joint right next to you. Boom. Good to go.
Aries ascending. Said you could go when it's dead lol.
I mean, that's usually when I'm in there though. That's usually when I'm in there. I'm usually in there when it's dead in the evening, or sometimes it'd be dead in that joint around noon. Between like noon and 3. But you know, the new niggas are out, so it means it's extra niggas out in the gym, even at night. Watch. You know what I'm saying? I had niggas who like me, who regular gym going ass niggas like, nah, I'm riding this guy.
Aries ascending.
It's too many niggas gonna be up in that
Let all the
joint.
New Year's resolution people lose interest and you'll be good lol.
That's what I need. I just gotta work out at home. That's what I need to do. Just need to work out at home. So you working out at home is me trying to work out with the dogs, pretty much. Cause them niggas be like, "Hey, what's good, bro? What you doing, yo?" You know what I'm saying? You working out? We working out? What we working on? What we working on? We working on stuff. We must be working on stuff. I didn't know we was working on stuff. Oh, did you put this mat out for you? This mat must be for us. Yeah, this mat is for us. Okay, thank you. This mat is for us. Thank you. I appreciate you. Mm-hmm. Those are the interactions I have with the dogs. You know what I mean? That's what working out at home
Aries
is like.
ascending. Said there's no I in workout or dog.
Not at all. Not at all.
Cottonmouth. $37 minutes.
Aries ascending. Said they might leave if you try to curl them. Face with tears of joy. Face with tears of joy.
I have used them as squat weights.
Aries ascending. Said was that the mystery sound again. Astonished face.
I think that was the mystery sound again. I don't know what the mystery sound is. But I don't know what the sound is. Please, someone explain it to me. It's gotta be somewhat Discord, right? Because that's absolutely crazy. But what is that? What is that sound from? I don't know. I don't know. But it's not the sound from earlier. The same one that I was talking about when I did the word of the day giant. It's not the same sound. I don't know what that sound was. Whoops. But I also can't tell exactly what computer that was. I think it was this computer. I think. But I could be wrong, you know? It says no new notifications for this computer since 1 o'clock. But there was no new notifications for this computer either. But when I look at Windows, it's like, hey, the most recent one was Discord. I know it's a problem. It's a problem. I know. I was thinking the exact same thing. It is a problem. It is a problem that has to be dealt with. just don't know. What is that sound? What is it from? I don't know. It's disturbing me. It's creepy. It wasn't this. I don't know.
Aries ascending. Said it's not another alarm?
I don't have those. I don't use those things. Who do you think I am? Using those things you call alarms. You're hilarious. Actually hilarious. I want you to know that, you know what I mean?
Aries ascending.
We don't
Said
use those
speech
things.
Chat is installing apps on your computer. Face with tears of joy. Face with tears of joy.
Hmm. That's exactly what it's doing. Mm-hmm. That sounds like the truth.
Aries ascending. Said you've been breached.
Motherfucker. You're under siege, boss. Under siege. Senpai. It's 5:37. Man, no man. Where does time go? Legitimately, where does time go? I don't know. I really don't know. But, you know, what I do know is if you haven't already, hit that follow button, hit that bell notification icon so you can stay up to date when we go live. If you hate ads, hit that sub button, use that turbo, use that prime, XYZ. If not, watch them ads. The streamer appreciates the ad watchers. You know what I'm saying? Much love to all the peoples and all that good stuff. You know, virtual hugs and shit. And,
Aries ascending.
you know, all that good
Time
stuff.
flies when you're having fun. Grinning face with big eyes.
Time flies when you're having a great time. You know, unfortunately, it's been a good time and not a long time. And it's 5:38. So we'll probably be back on later. You know what I'm saying? Because we got this bread situation to worry about. I don't know what we're going to be playing. If we'll even be playing zombies or not. If not, we'll be playing something. Hopefully. Because we've been rapping for 4 hours. Wow. Thought we were rapping for like maybe 2 hours or something.
Aries ascending. Said Fall Guys LOL.
Oh, we could play Fall Guys. Yes, yes, we did say that. Yes. We'll be playing Fall Guys. Yep, yep. We'll be playing Fall Guys tonight. Yep. I remember now. I'm glad you reminded me. Thank you. Thank you for being here to remind me. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. Arigato. Arigato gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu.
Arigato. Arigato gozaimasu. Arigato. That's how them NPC characters be acting.
Aries ascending. Said arigato and danki.
Arigato. Danke. Dankeschön. Arigato gozaimasu. Dankeschön. Arigato gozaimasu. Dankeschön. Arigato gozaimasu. Dankeschön. That's about as best as I can go right there,
Aries ascending.
without making me too sleepy from
Said,
that.
oh my god, it butchered both of them.
Mm. That's not surprising, you know? That's why you've got me here, the interpreter of that situation, to help make sure that's as accurate as it's gonna be. You know what I mean? Don't forget the book list. The book list is also in the bio. You know, you can hit exclamation point books right now, or book, or whatever the fuck. You know, and it'll take you to the book list. It's available for everyone to see. Some of them have links to the exact books, the authors, XYZ. Yeah, these are just books I have on the shelf. A couple of recommendations. There's 4 slots left. So, you know, if anybody sends in some recommendations over the next day or so, hopefully we'll be done with that. So we can continue reading. It doesn't really matter because it's not like we're at book number 48 anyway. So, but, you know, for video's sake, it'd be nice to, you know, have a consistent looking list. But anywho, yeah. And so we'll be working on that. So
Said, I'll
look
try
out for
to
that
think of
progress.
some.
Yeah, it'll be a good time, you know. Like I said, once again, it's a good time, not a long time. We're also going to read 2 books of the same series. Sheesh. Somebody. Oh my goodness. How could he buy volume number 2? We forgot all about it. Sheesh. Those that know didn't forget about it. But, you know, all hate aside, hopefully it's a good book, or good books with an S. You know, hopefully it's a good series. Just like,
Said, what a goofball.
you know, Dub is good anime. Exactly. And yeah, I think that about covers it. You know what I mean? I think that about covers it. You know?
Aries ascending. Said, slightly smiling face.
You know what I mean? I think that's gonna cover everything for tonight, right? Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu. Ima nanji. Goji Yonju san. Goji Yonju san from, yeah, 543. We might stream later. I'm not entirely sure yet. We might stream later. You know what I'm saying? We gotta play that Fall Guys. So we'll probably be streaming later. So, you know, stay tuned for that. Just the questions of what time, you know. Hopefully we'll be baking some amazing looking bread, you know. And for those of you who are just joining in, who we haven't seen,
and who, you know, want to make sure to see in the future. You know what I'm saying? We'll see you in the next one. You know what I'm saying? By hitting that follow button, hitting that bell notification icon 60 day when we go live. Aries, nobody wants that negative energy. All right, that's 3.5 hours from now. That's actually not a bad time frame. Right? Where's my math wrong? I think my math is wrong on that, actually. I think my math is wrong on that. 5, 8. Yeah, I think my math is wrong on that. Yeah, no. I think my math is wrong on that. I think it's 4.5. Yeah, nah. I don't think I'm gonna be that long. You know what I mean? Unless I go to the gym tonight, then it'd be like 10, 15 or some shit. Wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly. Alright. Anywho. Thanks, y'all. Y'all be safe out here. Have a good night. Oyasumi. If I don't see you in the next one, I'll see you in the next one. Until the next one, this is the next one. Anzini. Joshta. Waving hand, medium skin tone. Or is it
Aries ascending. Said waving hand,
Deuces?
medium skin tone.
Medium skin tone. Deuces medium skin tone. There we go now, and now it makes